every name on the list. That's right. That's right, Mr. President. Every single name. Some Senate Democrats are saying the same thing. My friend from New York said it was hard for him to imagine a nominee from President Trump whom Senate Democrats could support. We don't even have one yet. I hope we can all skip past that and get down to our serious work. The election is now behind us. The president's been working to make his decision on a nominee, and we expect him to announce that decision tomorrow. The Senate should respect the result of the election and treat this newly elected president's nominee in the same way the nominees of other newly elected presidents have been treated. And that is with careful consideration, followed by an up or down vote. We had 2 nominations in the first term of President Clinton. Ginsburg and Breyer both got up or down votes. There was no filibuster. We had 2 nominations in the first term of President Obama. Sotomayor and Kagan. No filibuster. Up or down vote. First term presidents. We have every right to expect the same courtesy from today's minority when we receive this nomination tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, I rise this afternoon, like much of America, angry and perturbed, but in resolute opposition to the President's executive order issued on Friday. This executive order was mean-spirited and un-American. It made us less secure, it put our troops in the field at increased risk, and it was implemented in a way that caused chaos and confusion across the country. It must be reversed immediately. Let me give 3 reasons why. First, it ought to be reversed because it will not make us safer, as the President argues. It will make us less safe. The President's executive order targeted 7 Muslim-majority countries. Not one terrorist attack has been perpetrated on U.S. soil by a refugee from one of these countries. Not one. Moreover, it could alienate and inflame the communities we need most in the fight against terrorism. As my friend, Republican Senator John McCain noted, it could increase the small number of lone wolves which possess the greatest threat of terrorism. Both the San Bernardino and Orlando attacks were done by lone wolves, American citizens, importuned by the evil ISIS. This rule would have nothing to do with that. As my friend John McCain noted, it could increase the small number of lone wolves which pose the greatest threat on terrorism. And as both Senator McCain and Graham expressed yesterday, this order is a valuable propaganda tool for ISIS. We saw that happen today. They predicted it yesterday, McCain and Graham. It happened today. They want nothing more than to paint the United States as a country at war with all of Islam. This order feeds right into the perception ISIS and other extremists want to create. The bottom line, the policy will make us less safe, not more safe. Second, while there's no way to defend the order, it was poorly constructed and even more poorly executed. The order was signed into effect without the consultation of the federal agencies that are responsible for enforcing it: the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, or the Department of State, and possibly others. People across America saw utter chaos and confusion in our airports over the weekend that resulted. The people who were in charge of implementing it weren't even told about it. Folks were caught in detention at airports around the country, young children separated from their mothers, husbands from their wives, green card holders and legal residents being denied the right to see an attorney. Some folks were pressured into signing away their permanent legal status. We're looking into that right now. It raises serious doubts, Mr. President, about the competence, the basic competence of the new administration when such an important order is so poorly vetted and executed, just like some of their cabinet nominations. Such a far-reaching and impactful executive order should have gotten extreme vetting. Instead, it was rushed through without much thought or deliberation. I could not disagree more with the intention behind the order, but the haphazard and completely incompetent way in which it was implemented made matters even worse. Third, and most importantly of all, the order should be reversed because it is un-American. We are a nation founded by the descendants of asylum seekers that has been constantly invigorated and replenished and driven forward by immigrants, many millions of whom came under duress, seeking a new birth of freedom here in America. The ability to find refuge from persecution, whether based on one's religion or race or political views, goes to the very foundation of the country, starting with the Pilgrims and Pilgrim Rock. The executive order is antithetical to everything we're about. President Trump seems to want people to believe that all immigrants are terrorists or criminals. But when you meet immigrants, you see that they are not the face of terrorism. They are families just like ours. Yesterday, I met two. They were at my office. Mr. Hamid, an Iraqi refugee. He worked at a local university department in English literature. And because he loved our country and what we were trying to do, he chose to use his language skills to be a translator for American soldiers in Iraq. He worked as a translator for the U.S. Army in Iraq for 10 years. He endured death threats and harassment to himself, to his family, because he was helping us and our soldiers. And so he began the refugee process about 2 years ago. He arrived on January the 5th. If Donald Trump had been inaugurated on January 1st and enacted his order 6 weeks sooner, Mr. Hamid would have had to stay in Iraq. His life would have been threatened for cooperating with our military. What kind of message does this send to the untold millions of people just like Mr. Hamid throughout the Muslim world who today will be less likely to work for and with our great country? Then I met the Elias family. They were a different type. They had 4 children. They arrived here a month ago. Their journey to the United States began 5 years ago from war-torn Syria. After surviving the brutal civil war, suicide bombs had been blowing up in front of their house. They were finally united with their family in the Bronx. You see, the driving force that brought them here were 2 American citizens, their grandparents. Mr. and Mrs. Elias came in around 1970. They're model Americans, the Eliases. I met them. I talked to them. I enjoyed talking to them. Mr. Elias started out as a tailor, a skill that we don't have too many of left in America. But then he's an entrepreneur, like so many immigrants. And he started a small business. He now refurbishes the interior of boats, mainly on City Island over there in the Bronx. I've been there. It's a beautiful place. Well, he wanted to bring his people, his kids here, and grandchildren, because their lives were threatened. They came again a month ago. I met the little boy, a beautiful little boy, a redheaded Syrian refugee. I said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" "A policeman." I asked the daughter, "What do you want to be?" "A doctor." The Elias family and their young children are not a threat to America. They are the promise of America, the same types of people, Mr. President, as your ancestors and mine, who came here seeking a better life and working so hard for it. It's my guess, if President Trump met these refugees, Mr. Hamid and the Elias family, he wouldn't be so hard-hearted. Our country has a grand and proud tradition of welcoming families like these with open arms. America is at her best when she is a safe harbor in a world of stormy seas. So, Mr. President, I urge my Republican colleagues to help us overturn this wrong-headed, counterproductive, dangerous, and un-American executive order. So many of you know it's wrong. I understand party loyalty. I do. But what this order does is go against the grain that there are higher values at stake. 11 of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have expressed reservations already. I urge them and others to back up the words with action. Let's repeal the order, then sit down and thoughtfully and carefully construct a better way to keep our country safe from terrorism. President Obama toughened up vetting. If there's more vetting that has to be done, we'll be happy to look at it and work with you on it. But not something like this. So at 5:15 today, I'll be asking unanimous consent to call for a vote on a bill offered by my friend from California, Senator Feinstein, the ranking Democrat, we're hoping we get Republicans, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, to overturn the order, and I hope our Republican colleagues will join us. Mr. President, as proponents of this order, we believe it shows strength. As proponents of this legislation, we believe it shows strength. Proponents of the order say it shows strength, but it's not true. It's not true. Let me explain why. My middle name is Ellis, Charles Ellis Schumer. I was named after my uncle Ellis, who was named for Ellis Island. My daughter's middle name is Emma. We named her for the poet Emma Lazarus, whose timeless words adorn the base of the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. The Statue of Liberty is a symbol of our nation. Around the world, people recognize it, that mighty beacon that I can see from my home in Brooklyn. And they know that we are a nation whose might comes not only from our great military, but from our morality, whose leadership, our country's leadership, is demonstrated not by projecting a fear of outsiders, but by inspiring them in a hope for a better life here in America. Our country is a country whose strength comes from its values, and among them is a commitment to be that golden door that Emma Lazarus spoke about, a shelter, commitment to shelter the oppressed and the persecuted. And just as we faced down and defeated the threat of communism with our values, a respect for the rule of law, for equality under the law, for free markets and free societies, we must face down the twin threats of terrorism and jihadism, not only with military strength, as important as that is, but also with our values, religious freedom, tolerance, decency. Our greatest weapon will always be our values. That's what makes us strong. They are a new colossus, as Emma Lazarus called us over 100 years ago. Mr. President, the only way we will lose the war against terrorism is if we lose ourselves and retreat from our values. And not only will this executive order embolden and inspire those around the globe who wish to do us harm, it strikes against the very core of America, our values, our greatest strength. We are better than this. So, I will fight with every fiber of my being until this executive order is gone. Now on another matter, Mr. President. On Friday, the President reshuffled the National Security Council to remove permanent postings for the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Director of the National Intelligence Agency and install a permanent seat for the White House political advisor, Steve Bannon. It's a disturbing and profound departure from past administrations. On the most sensitive matters of national security, The President should be relying on the informed counsel of members of the military and intelligence agencies, not political advisors who made their careers promoting a white nationalist website. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is the President's primary military advisor and his voice, along with that of the Director of National Intelligence. And they are the only independent and apolitical voices. President Trump's move to strip them of their seats is baffling. It endangers our national security and is contrary to the spirit and intent of the National Security Act. This morning, General Michael Hayden, I couldn't think of a more respected general and intelligence leader. He served bipartisan Clinton, Bush, Obama administrations, said that the move, this is his words, not mine, General Hayden, quote, puts ideology at the center over the professional kind of information that the DNI and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs bring to the party. That's a deeply disturbing thought. It reinforces this administration's preference to propagate its own reality rather than grapple with the facts on the ground. And if that continues, America's going to have real trouble. It's one thing when it comes over a dust-up about the size of the inauguration crowd. It's an entirely different story when it's the most sensitive activities undertaken by our nation's government. Mr. President, much like the Muslim ban, this decision was poorly thought out and ill-conceived. It puts a filter on the information going to the President, and like the executive order, makes us less safe. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business until 5 o'clock p.m., with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my 10 minutes be extended to 15 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we're introducing today a CRA, and it's kind of interesting. This is something that has only been successful one time. But I think that everyone knows that during the past 8 years, the Obama administration, we've seen thousands, literally thousands of regulations that have come through that have been anti-business, many of them anti-certain businesses, such as the oil and gas industry. There's no secret to the fact that we have had a president in President Obama who has had a war on fossil fuels. And it's something that it's kind of interesting to me when I go back to my state of Oklahoma. And one reason I go back all the time is because I want to be around real rational people. And sometimes I get to the feeling that there really aren't any around here. They ask a question. They'll say, tell me, explain this to me. If we have here in the United States of America, in order to generate power, 89% of the power that we're generating is either fossil fuels, that's coal, oil, or gas, or it's nuclear. Now, if you do away with that, and you do away with 89% of our generation capability, then how do you run the machine called America? And the answer is you can't. But you don't get that question here. And I'm sure that that most of us that go back is not just confined to Oklahoma with people with that kind of a concern. Now, I chaired the Environment and Public Works Committee during the 8 years, during the time that President Obama was in, and most of the regulations actually were associated with that committee. Many of the committees out there had regulations associated with those committees, but not near as many as the Environment and Public Works. To give you an example, the WOTUS. If you ask anyone with the American Farm Bureau or anyone who deals with farmers and ranchers, the number one problem that they have, they'll tell you it's nothing that's found in the Ag Bill. It is the overregulation of the EPA. It just is an example. And of course, that's the Environment Public Works Committee is the committee that has the jurisdiction over the EPA, at least we're supposed to. And during that time, that when the WOTUS came through, that was the water regulation. It has historically always been the state's jurisdiction to handle the water issues and not the federal government, with the exception of navigable water, and I think we all understand that. In fact, there have been several liberal members of the House and the Senate that have tried to pass legislation that take that word navigable out, and every time we have defeated them. In fact, the last two that tried to do that, they were defeated at the polls. So this is something that really is significant. We know in our state of Oklahoma, I shouldn't say we know, our farmers know, that if you put them in charge of the water regulation, in the western part of Oklahoma, which is a arid part of the state, it would end up being a wetlands by the time the federal government. Anyway, that's a major concern that they had. Another one, the Clean Power Plan. The Clean Power Plan was the power plan of President Obama. We all know how that came about. We know that way back in 1972, I was one of the bad guys that was told the truth about what they're referring to, global warming, the world was coming to an end. And so even though a lot of the members of this body didn't join in and agree with me, every time, without exception, that they came up with a bill that would do something, we have a cap and trade bill, for example, we defeated the bill. And it defeated by a larger margin as the time went by. When President Obama came in, he did with that, as he did with a lot of issues, if you can't pass something and kill something or get something passed through legislation, then you try to do it through regulation. Well, that's what he did. They called it the Clean Power Plan. It's the same thing that's been rejected. And of course, that's another rule. I only bring out those because those are typical over-regulations to put people out of business that actually came through my committee. However, I'm here to introduce this morning Senate Joint Resolution 9, and this is something that did not come through my committee. This came through, this was the a provision that is in the Dodd-Frank bill. Now, anyone going back to your states, and you're talking to bankers or anyone in the financial industry, and you talk about the Dodd-Frank bill, that's overregulation. The same as overregulation takes place on many of the issues that came before my committee. Well, this thing has a section in it, the Dodd-Frank bill, Section 1504. Section 1504 of the bill requires the SEC, that's the Securities and Exchange Commission, to develop a rule, requires them to develop a rule that requires companies to report payments made to a foreign government or to the U.S. federal government relating to the commercial development of oil, natural gas, and minerals. Now, that's a requirement. That's saying that and that is not found in our committee. That was found in the committee that handled the Dodd-Frank bill. And while that may not sound all that significant, it strikes at the heart of American competitiveness. It makes the public our best companies, the information of our very best companies on how to win oil and gas deals. So it requires companies to disclose and make public highly confidential and commercially sensitive information, and this is information that foreign competitors don't have. Now, they're not required to have it, but under this regulation, we would be required to have it. Now, that means that we would have to disclose all of the background, all of the information that a company had on how they are competing to compete for some kind of an oil gas thing. It could be with another country like Iran. It could be with individuals over there that are not friendly to the United States. Now, countries that don't wish to disclose the details of their commercial deals would now have a strong incentive to go with companies in countries that don't have that burdensome requirement. That's only natural. And to make matters worse, the SEC's rule lacks an exemption for circumstances in which disclosure under Section 1504 would violate the laws of a country where the United States company is operating. So it leaves the United States companies with the choice of complying with the U.S. laws or the foreign laws at other countries. And that's an impossible position to put our companies in. Now, if that weren't enough, the cost of complying with this regulation is enormous. Keep in mind, the ones who are going to have to comply are American companies here in this country that their competition doesn't have to pay. And we're talking about millions of dollars. In fact, the SEC came up with an estimate that the total compliance cost initially, this is the initial cost, would be up to $700 million. And then afterwards, the ongoing compliance cost would be as much as $581 million annually. Again, those are our companies, and our competition would not have to do that. Now, the courts have already struck this rule down when it was first developed in August of 2012. The D.C. Federal District Court struck down the rule in 2013 because of two substantial errors. Specifically, the commission had misread Section 1504 to mandate public disclosure of the reports and had arbitrarily declined to provide an exemption for countries that prohibit disclosure. The new rule, finalized in June of 2016, doesn't look any different. It's the same thing. Even though the SEC was told by the courts that the rule did not affect congressional intent, they continued to put out a new rule that had the exact same problems as the one the court had vacated. It's the same rule. It's as if the Obama administration was rushing this rule out in hopes that they wouldn't have time or the opportunity for a court or Congress to overturn it. But here we are in the process of overturning it. Last week, President Trump issued an executive order to reduce the regulatory impact on American businesses. With this CRA, we have an opportunity to effectively participate in that. Our focus should always be American first. And as the Congress always look to protect the competitiveness of the American companies, they should not be subjecting their own citizens to lawsuits. And that's exactly what this would do. And by the way, I think we're going to get a lot of CRA efforts coming forth. And I think it's important for people to understand what that is. The CRA is a Congressional Review Act. A CRA, there are a lot of people, liberal people like to have the power concentrated in Washington. Like the WOTUS rule, the water rule. They would rather have it under the jurisdiction of the federal government instead of the state governments. That's human nature. That's something that is not up for debate. Everybody knows that. And so what we have tried to do, and what individuals who are trying to centralize power in Washington, they'll go home, and when they hear the complaints of all the people that are out in their states complaining about the regulations, the over-regulations of our society, their response is, well, that's not us. That's some unelected bureaucrat. What a CRA does is force the members of the Senate and the members of the House of Representatives, those who are accountable to the people, to take a position, so that they can't go home and say, no, this is just the regulators doing it. Well, that's kind of interesting because it puts them in a position where we pass a CRA, which we're going to pass on this CRA, which is Joint Resolution number 9. Then this will come before this body, and people will have to say yes or no, should we do away with this rule that everyone back home is opposed to? And so it forces them to be honest. So I think this is one of the CRAs that many Democrats should be sponsoring and voting for, and I wouldn't be surprised if we should be able to get some. So just one last thing here to outline what this is about. There's one section in the Dodd-Frank bill, one section called 1504. In this section, they put a requirement on companies that are competing for oil and gas deals throughout the world that they're going to have to tell their competition what goes into their bid, how they're putting this thing together, and the other side doesn't have to do that. That's what it's all about, and that's what it is. And so I do look forward to the opportunity to bring this in as soon as we get our initial 30 on here. You'll see this and have an opportunity to support this first CRA that I'm very excited about. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. In just a few weeks, our great country will mark the 75th anniversary of President Roosevelt's executive order authorizing the internment of hundreds of thousands of Japanese, German, and Italian Americans during World War II. They were rounded up with their families and held behind barbed wire like war criminals. But they had done nothing wrong. Their crime, being Japanese, being German, being Italian, they were labeled enemy aliens. Mark Twain reportedly said that history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And this seems to be the path that the president has pursued with his Muslim ban. This ban has already harmed green card holders, students, business people, and those fleeing violence and persecution. Remember, these are the people fleeing the violence, not the perpetrators of the violence. They are the victims, not the criminals. They have been pulled from their flights, left stranded in the airports. They have been detained without the ability to talk with a lawyer. And they're wondering if the United States of America is still the beacon of hope, the lamp by the golden door, the shining city on the hill. Iraqis who risked their lives to serve our country as translators saw their visas revoked. An 11-month-old baby was detained. That's disgusting. It's un-American. It's contrary to everything that we stand for. We stand for providing refuge for those who want to escape their own awful circumstances and live in freedom and opportunity. It's my grandparents escaping Ukraine. It's my wife's grandparents leaving China. It's the Schatzes. It's the Binders. It's the Kwaks. It's Albert Einstein. It's Madeleine Albright. This is who we are. We are people from all over the world who are united not by our ethnic extraction or religious affiliation, but tied together by our love for America. And here's the thing, it's not even as though we are trading liberty for security. We are getting no additional security. This is all about being cruel to Muslims because it's good politics for some people. This isn't just morally wrong, it's also guaranteed not to work. This ban is just ridiculous as a homeland security measure. First, 0 people from the countries on the ban list have been involved in terrorist attacks in America. 0 people from the countries on the ban list have been involved in terrorist attacks on America. It's almost as though the criteria for picking the countries is something other than the threat of terrorism. Second, this ban has the potential to strengthen violent extremist groups by playing right into their hands. It encourages everyone to be afraid of people we don't know from other places. That's not America, and it won't work. When President Gerald Ford repealed the executive order interning Japanese Americans, he asked citizens across the country to make a pledge. He said, and I quote, "I call upon the American people to affirm with me this American promise, that we have learned from the tragedy of that long ago experience forever to treasure liberty and justice for each individual American, and resolve that this kind of action shall never again be repeated." That promise is being broken. It's broken for the American who came to this country as a lost boy from Sudan and who now can't see his family. It's broken for the American married to an Iranian who the government is splitting from her husband. And it's broken for the millions of Americans, the majority of us, who want us always to have the moral high ground. The world is watching. History is watching. And we have to ask ourselves, what do they see? Do they see Lady Liberty? Or do they see something darker? The choice is ours. We can fix this. And we start by following the wise words of Fred Korematsu, an outspoken voice against Japanese internment and an American hero whose birthday is today, 98 years old. He said, "Protest, but not with violence, and don't be afraid to speak up." Today, I call on every member of the United States Senate to follow Mr. Korematsu's advice. Speak up and stand against this ban and fight chaos and paranoia as official government policy. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that we initiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam President, the last 6 years have been devastating to local economies across the whole country. The Mine Safety and Health Administration has estimated that at least 60,000 coal jobs have been lost since 2011, and thousands of these jobs have been in my home state of West Virginia. Excessive government regulation and other factors have done more than cost jobs. These policies have imperiled our coal miner retirement benefits, and they have left local governments struggling to keep up, to pay for education, to pay for public works, and law enforcement. I mean, I can tell you story after story I've seen in our newspapers about this very thing. In October, the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee heard testimony from Wayne County, West Virginia Commissioner Robert Paisley. He said that the coal severance tax revenues in West Virginia, Wayne counties in West Virginia, in his county had dropped by 88% between 2013 and 2016. This drop left the county without a vital funding source that traditionally helped to pay for local volunteer fire departments, senior citizens programs, and education. West Virginia University economist John Deskins told the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee in August that 6 West Virginia counties were suffering a depression because of the coal downturn. And just last week, the state of West Virginia projected its annual state budget faces a $500 million shortfall. So what was the response of President Obama's administration in the last days in power? Yet another job-killing and anti-coal regulation that would make a bad situation in my state worse. The Department of the Interior published its stream protection rule on December the 20th, 2016, and it made the rule effective January 19th, 2017, just one day before President Obama left office. There's a lot of irony here, and I don't think it's by chance. According to a national mining study, 1/3 of coal jobs could be placed, 1/3 of remaining coal jobs could be placed at risk by this rule. And today I'm proud to join Leader McConnell as he introduces the Stream Protection Congressional Review Act. We are also joined by my colleagues in the West Virginia congressional delegation, including Congressman David McKinley and Congressman Evan Jenkins and others. We are going to be introducing a resolution of disapproval under the Congressional Review Act, blocking the Obama administration's stream protection rule. Once this resolution of disapproval is passed by Congress, and I believe that it will be, and signed by President Trump, which I believe that it will be, something I am confident that this will both happen, the stream protection rule will be nullified, and the Department of Interior will be prohibited from proposing a similar rule without permission from this Congress. The stream protection rule deserves to be eliminated through the Congressional Review Act. Despite its title, you might say, why would you get rid of something called the stream protection rule? Despite its title, this rule will do little to actually protect our streams. But if left in place, this rule would cost even more coal jobs in my state and across the country that have already been devastated. West Virginia's Department of Environmental Protection Secretary Randy Huffman told the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, on which I served this last Congress, that the proposed version of the stream protection rule was, quote, an unnecessary and uncalled for political gesture. I would like to say that Secretary Huffman was serving under a Democrat governor in my state. The stream protection rule is the result of an incredibly flawed regulatory process that excluded state officials. Of the 10 states that began the regulatory process, people were asked to join together to begin this process, working with the Department of Interior's Office of Surface Mining. 8 of those states eventually removed themselves from the process because of the department's unwillingness to actually seriously consider their input. In other words, they were just there for window dressing. Ohio Chief of Mineral Resources Management Larry Erdos told the Environment and Public Works Committee last February that, quote, OSM has not provided for meaningful participation with the cooperating or commenting agency states. Congress took action to instruct the Department of Interior to re-engage with the states, realizing what was happening here, before moving forward with this rulemaking process. However, despite this direction from lawmakers in the Congress, the department failed to address the state concerns. Wyoming Director of Environmental Quality, Todd Parfit, told the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, quote, "The failure to engage cooperating agencies throughout the process is reflected in the poor quality of the proposed rule." He called on the Office of Surface Mining to withdraw the rule and re-engage with states and other stakeholders. Last week, West Virginia's newly appointed Secretary of Environmental Protection, again under a new Democrat governor, Austin Caperton, wrote to congressional leaders detailing our state's concerns with the stream protection rule. Secretary Caperton gave three main reasons for West Virginia's opposition to this rule. First, he said that the rule upsets the statutory balance between environmental protection and allowing coal mining to take place in the first place. Second, the rule conflicts with the congressionally directed role of the states to be the exclusive regulators of mining activities. And third, the rule conflicts with the Federal Clean Water Act and state water quality standards. Pretty broad-ranging concerns. The concerns from environmental regulators in mining states across the country explain why 14 states, including the state of West Virginia, have already filed lawsuits to stop the stream protection rule. 15 state attorney generals, led by West Virginia's Attorney General Patrick Morrisey, have written to Congress asking that this rule be blocked through this Congressional Review Act. State environmental regulators are not alone in their opposition to this rule. Cecil Roberts, who is the president of the United Mine Workers of America, wrote just last week in support of this resolution of disapproval. He said that, quote, "The last thing America's coal-producing regions need at this time is another regulation that will have the effect of reducing employment even more and further stifling economic development," end quote. West Virginia cannot afford another job-killing regulation that once again inserts Washington, their one-size-fits-all standard, into a regulatory process that is supposed to be effectively managed and is effectively managed by our state agencies. The stream protection rule is a flawed policy that was born out of a flawed process. The rule deserves to be eliminated promptly, and I encourage my colleagues to co-sponsor the McConnell-Capito resolution of disapproval and to vote to block the rule in the coming days. On another matter, Madam President, the Environmental Protection Agency, which bears most of the blame for regulations targeting energy jobs, is in dire need of a change of direction. The EPA under the Obama administration was unwilling to engage the people of West Virginia in public listening sessions or hearings about decisions that directly impacted our state's economies, and I described what the result of that has been. This failure to effectively engage resulted in a number of job-killing regulations, like the utility MATS rule for power plants, the so-called Clean Power Plan, and the waters of the U.S. As you know, Madam President, the waters of the U.S. rule is something that impacts not just mining, agriculture, construction, and really has far-reaching implications. Scott Pruitt, who is President Trump's nominee to become the EPA administrator, has gone through a thorough review process by the Environment and Public Works Committee. At Attorney General Pruitt's confirmation hearing, senators from both parties were permitted to engage in as many as 4 rounds of questioning. Some of them were pretty tough. After the hearing, Attorney General Pruitt answered 1,078 questions for the record. Combining both the hearing and the follow-up questions, Attorney General Pruitt answered more than 1,200 questions from our committees. Through the process, Attorney General Pruitt has shown himself to be a person who cares about applying our environmental laws as they were written and intended by Congress. He has a strong record of enforcing environmental statutes in a balanced way and ensuring clean air and clean water without unnecessarily sacrificing jobs or economic growth. Attorney General Pruitt has been clear that he will work with state regulators and listen to the views of individuals who will be most heavily impacted by EPA's regulatory decisions. I believe that Attorney General Pruitt will keep his word and provide a refreshing change in direction for West Virginia coal miners, natural gas workers, manufacturers, and farmers, and indeed for all of our communities that are struggling with the effects of overregulation. I look forward to supporting Attorney General Pruitt. His nomination in the EPW committee will come before the committee on Wednesday morning, and I look forward to seeing him confirmed on the Senate floor soon. With that, Madam President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
President,
Senator from Iowa,
I ask that the calling of the quorum be suspended,
without objection.
and I ask unanimous consent to speak for 15 minutes.
Without objection.
Okay. The resolution of disapproval that I'm introducing today via the Congressional Review Act repeals a Social Security regulation that unfairly stigmatizes people with disabilities. It also violates the fundamental nature of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment recognizes the God-given right to self-defense. In order to take away that right, the government must have a compelling interest. Furthermore, the law or regulation to achieve that compelling interest must be narrowly tailored. In other words, the government better have one heck of a good reason for going against the Second Amendment. The Justice Department, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and the Social Security Administration have not protected Second Amendment rights adequately under the previous administration. Our fundamental Second Amendment rights were constantly under attack. For example, hundreds of thousands of veterans have been reported to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System without due process. And of course, that system amounts to a national gun ban list for those reported erroneously. Veterans were reported without first having a neutral authority find them in danger to self or others, and thus having a legitimate right to deny them their Second Amendment rights. According to the government, the veterans needed a fiduciary to manage benefit payments. And that is not a sufficient reason under the law. Needing help with your finances, simply needing that help, should not mean that you have surrendered your fundamental right of self-defense. And it doesn't mean that you're a danger to the public. On May 17, 2016, Senator Durbin and I debated my amendment that would require the Department of Veterans Affairs to first find veterans to be a danger before reporting their name to the gun ban list. During the course of that debate, Senator Durbin admitted that the list was broader than it should have been. Senator Durbin said, quote, "Let me just concede at the outset, reporting 174,000 names goes too far, but eliminating 174 names goes too far." Now, for the record, that's the end of Senator Durbin's quote. For the record, it was 260,381 names from the Veterans Administration that has sent the gun ban list for allegedly being in, quote, mental defective category. Now, it just happens that that was 98 8/10% of all the names in that category. So the Veterans Administration reported more names by far than any other agency. Senator Durbin's staff and mine have met over these issues since that debate. I appreciate and thank Senator Durbin for that outreach, and I want to work together with him to solve these problems for the VA. But now, the Social Security Administration is about to make the same mistake as the Veterans Administration. Now, that is, unless we stop them right here and right now with that resolution of disapproval. And if we don't stop this, it could lead to hundreds of thousands of Social Security recipients being improperly reported to the gun ban list. At its core, Social Security's new regulation allows the agency to report people to the gun ban list if, under two circumstances. First, the beneficiary needs to have someone designated to help manage benefit payments. Sounds like the VA, right? And two, the beneficiary has an affliction based on a broad, quote-unquote, disorders list. But the process for designating someone to help a recipient manage Social Security benefits is not a process that is very objective. But the process for designating someone to help a recipient manage their Social Security benefit should be objective. The former Social Security Administrator and Inspector General said the following last year in testimony about this process that offends us here in the Senate for the reason of this resolution. Quote, "It's not a scientific decision, it's more of a personal opinion," end of quote. The personal opinion of a bureaucrat, then, cannot be the basis for taking away a person's fundamental Second Amendment right to bear arms. Further, the second element, this so-called disorder list, is a convoluted mess of afflictions that may or may not cause someone to be considered dangerous. Many of the listed disorders also do not impact gun safety at all. For example, some afflictions deal with anxiety disorders, fear of large crowds, or a lack of self-esteem. The list is complex, the list is long, and the list is not designed to regulate firearms. Rather, the list is designed to regulate whether a person can manage his or her beneficiary payments. In other words, can they handle money? But here's the essential question that the federal government is incapable of answering. If they aren't dangerous, why does the Social Security Administration, like the VA, want to take away their guns? The National Council on Disability a nonpartisan and independent federal agency, has come out against the Social Security Administration's rule and in favor of the repeal that this resolution of disapproval will accomplish. The Council has repeatedly stated its concerns about the agency failing to determine that people are dangerous before reporting their names to the gun ban list. It has been the Council on Disability's, quote, long-held position that restrictions on gun possession and ownership based on psychiatric or intellectual disability must be based on a verifiable concern as to whether the individual poses a heightened risk of danger to themselves or others, end of quote. The Council has also stated that the rule, quote, unnecessarily and unreasonably deprives individuals with disabilities of a constitutional right. It increases the stigma for those who, due to their disability, may need a representative payee, end of quote. Another organization, the Consortium for Individuals with Disabilities, and that's a coalition of 100 national disability groups, shares the same concern about the regulation that we're having this resolution of disapproval about. Quote, the current public dialogue is replete with inaccurate stereotyping of people with mental disabilities as violent and dangerous, and there is a real concern that the kind of policy change encompassed by this rule will reinforce those unfounded assumptions, end of quote. With that being said, even the ACLU wrote a letter in opposition to the agency's regulations, and Madam President, I'd like to enter these letters in the record, as well as other letters from disability groups at the end of my statement.
Without objection.
Simply stated, the agency rule uses a massive regulatory net that captures innocent individuals who should be left alone. Just because a person is assigned a fiduciary does not make that person or those persons dangerous. Whenever the government tries to eliminate fundamental constitutional rights, it is required to narrowly tailor its regulatory actions so that innocent people are not impacted. The Social Security regulation fails in that regard. That is why both the National Council on Disability and the Consortium for Citizens with Disabilities have called specifically for using this Congressional Review Act to repeal the final rule. And that's what our introduction of a resolution will accomplish. Constitutional due process is wholly lacking. For example, the agency does not afford a beneficiary a formal hearing before his or her name is reported to the gun ban list. Now think about that. The Second Amendment, which recognizes a fundamental constitutional right, is being simply ripped away without a formal dispute process to initially challenge the action. Instead, the beneficiary must wait until their name is already on the gun ban list, and only then can the beneficiary appeal the decision by grace of the government. Now, this process effectively reverses what should be a burden on the government. The government should not be able to strip a fundamental constitutional right without due process and then place the burden on the citizen to restore it. A hearing should be afforded before the infringement of a fundamental right, not afterwards. And the burden must beyond the government to prove its case. Now, that simply is the American way, our Constitution's way. The Social Security Administration regulation falsely claims that it requires an adjudication before reporting names to the gun ban list. But there is no hearing afforded to the Social Security recipient before placing a name on the gun ban list. And of course, without a hearing, that process cannot honestly be called an adjudication. In other words, the Social Security Administration is blowing blue smoke when they say that. And without an adjudication, the process violates federal law. Now, here's the kicker. In order for beneficiaries to remove their names from the gun ban list, they have to prove that they are not dangerous. So, guilty until proven innocent. And the burden is on you to prove your innocence. Any way you look at it, that is totally unfair, violation of the Constitution, but common sense ought to tell everybody it's just plain wrong. The federal government, under the Obama administration, treated Social Security recipients with contempt and disregard when this rule was put out. So with our resolution of disapproval, we can effectively terminate this unconstitutional government regulation which the new Trump administration supports. I encourage all of my colleagues to support our efforts. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Hello, folks. This is Jen from Golden State Times. Thank you very much for joining us. Right now, they're on a quorum call. So they're waiting for the next person to show up that is on the list. So it'll be silent for a little while, but make sure to click the links in the description below. We are selling a limited edition coffee mug. If you want to check it out, it'll be in the link below. Follow us on social media for the latest news. And stay tuned later on today because we're going to upload two breaking news videos. So stay tuned for that.
Madam President,
Senator from Maryland.
I would ask that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, shortly we are going to be taking up the motion to proceed with the cloture motion in regards to the confirmation process of Mr. Tillerson to be the Secretary of State for our country. I had the opportunity as the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to meet with Mr. Tillerson, have a chance to talk with him concerning his vision for America, participated in a lengthy committee hearing where not only I had a chance to ask him questions, but every member of the committee had a chance to ask questions, and then had the opportunity to present questions for the record and look at his responses to questions for the record. And I would say on the outset of this debate on the floor of the United States Senate that Mr. Tillerson's a successful business person. I am certain that he has great negotiating skills, as he's shown as the CEO of ExxonMobil. And I think that's an important ability to have if he were confirmed as Secretary of State. I do think he wants to serve our nation, and he has put forward his ability to serve as Secretary of State for the right reasons. However, I have serious reservations as a result of this process, this confirmation process, that leads me to the conclusion that I cannot support his nomination, and I will be voting against his nomination. And I wanted to at least start this debate by giving some of the reasons why I will not be supporting Mr. Tillerson to be the Secretary of State. Mr. Tillerson's business orientation and his lack of moral clarity to questions that were asked during the confirmation hearing, to me, it compromises his ability to forcefully promote the values and ideals that defined America's leading role in the world for more than 200 years. And what I'm referring to, the values of good governance, the values of standing up for human rights, the values of speaking up for a free press, the values of recognizing the importance of civil societies, which is lacking in so many places around the world. So when Mr. Tillerson was asked the question as to how he would characterize what Russia is doing in Syria in supporting a regime that has attacked humanitarian convoys, whether that should be considered as war crimes, Mr. Tillerson was less than clear as to how he would characterize Russia's conduct in Syria. When I asked Mr. Tillerson how he would characterize Philippines President Duterte's extrajudicial killings, this is a president that has authorized individuals to be killed on sight without judicial process, which has been well documented. Whether that was a gross violation of human rights, Mr. Tillerson was less than clear as to whether that, in fact, would elevate to a serious human rights violation. And when I asked the question whether under any circumstances we could have a national registry for any group of religious or ethnic minorities in America, his answer was not as clear as I would have hoped it to be. The answer should have been a simple no, but he did not give that answer in that moral clarity. So for all those reasons, I have serious concern as to whether he will speak with strong voice on American values or whether that'll be compromised for narrow business interests or for other considerations that should not take priority to the values that have made America the great nation it is. And Madam President, I was concerned about this before what's happened in recent days. But when I take a look at President Trump's first 10 days in office, and I look at the executive orders that he has issued as President of the United States, it's even more critical that the next Secretary of State speak with moral clarity as to the values of America. The gag order that was reimposed by President Trump, it wasn't the same gag order that other administrations have imposed. It is far broader and could prevent U.S. participation with health workers around the world to stop the spread of HIV/AIDS or to deal with the Zika virus or to deal with issues concerning global health issues, maternal health. That I want someone as Secretary of State to say that America stands for providing the leadership that we need on global health issues. Or more recently, when President Trump announced his Mexican policy, that it would build a wall, not only ask the taxpayers to pay for it once, but to pay for it twice. To build the wall, which almost anyone will tell you won't work. We do have tunnels that we already know can go under walls. It'll be expensive. But he's also asking Americans to pay for it twice because he's going to impose a tariff, at least that's under consideration, that middle-income families will end up paying, starting a trade war with Mexico. And why? Why would you start this? Mexico is working with us to stop illegal immigration. They're working with us to stop the illegal trafficking of drugs. They're working with us to build a regional economy that benefits both countries. Why would we pick a fight with our neighbor? It makes no sense whatsoever. But, Madam President, the last thing that was done over this weekend points out even more clearly why we need a Secretary of State who will speak with moral clarity. And that was this outrageous, reckless, and dangerous executive order that would ban certain individuals from coming to America. It would put a hold on our refugee program and would establish a religious test for people coming to America, a Muslim ban. That's not what America stands for. I believe that executive order is illegal. I know that that executive order will put Americans at risk. I would like to know from our Secretary of State how he, if he is confirmed, would respond when other countries say, why should we help you when you won't allow Muslim countries the right to visit your country? Why should we give you that information? How will Americans who are traveling abroad be treated? It puts all of it at risk, and our next Secretary of State has to have that credibility to deal with other countries with moral clarity. Time and time again, when confronted with questions, Mr. Tillerson was not clear. And let me just give you one example that I think may sum up my concern on his moral clarity issues, and that's with Russia. We had asked several times whether he would support the existing sanctions, whether he would support stronger sanctions. After all, the sanctions were put on because Russia invaded Ukraine. They're still there. They're still in Crimea. They're still interfering with eastern Ukraine. And unless they comply with the Minsk agreement, our European allies are looking for America to say, no way would we ever weaken our sanctions as long as Russia's violating its commitment in Ukraine. But since that, they've done other things. I already mentioned the war crimes that they're committing in Syria, but they also attacked America. They attacked us through cyber, trying to bring down our democratic system of government, free elections. I would have certainly have hoped that Mr. Tillerson would have shown some compassion for increasing sanctions against Russia. But instead, we asked him a question about Cuba. And Mr. Tillerson was very clear when he's talked about Cuba. He said, look, if we do business with Cuba, we're allowing a repressive regime to have greater resources. Why would we want to support a regressive regime? But Mr. Tillerson didn't show the same concern about Russia. He has no compulsion at all about doing business with Russia, even though that business is allowing the Putin repressive regime to carry out their activities of attacks against our allies, attacks against us, interfere in what's going on in Syria, and to do all the other activities that they're doing. I would have hoped that we would have seen a greater sense of moral clarity from our Secretary of State nominee. Madam President, there are other issues that I am concerned about, and I know tomorrow we'll have a chance to talk about it if this issue is still on the floor tomorrow, as I expect it will be. We'll have a chance to talk about issues about his, I think, quick use of military power versus diplomacy. We asked him several times about external events and how he would respond to that. His answer was too quick about using our military and not quick enough about using our diplomacy. The use of military must be a matter of last resort, and I want to make sure that our next Secretary of State is very sensitive to that particular issue. And then we get to the concern about the ethical issues. And I need to mention this because when we asked him questions about his knowledge of ExxonMobil, he was less than forthcoming to the committee, not aware of ExxonMobil's lobbying on certain issues, very unclear about how its activities were in Sudan, Syria, Iran, and other countries that have horrible human rights records, and his willingness to recuse himself from anything affecting Exxon for 1 year, not for the entire length of term that he would be Secretary of State if confirmed by the Senate. He should not deal with ExxonMobil for the entire length of his time as Secretary of State. As a person who has substantial wealth as a result of his working at ExxonMobil, none of us criticize him on that, but it disqualifies him from dealing with ExxonMobil. So, Madam President, we're going to be involved in a lengthy debate on the next Secretary of State, as we should, but I just wanted to share with my colleagues my concern about Mr. Tillerson and why I'm opposing his nomination, and just indicate that I think the events, particularly over the weekend with this immigration policy, really points out the need for the next Secretary of State to be willing to stand strong for American values. And I have serious questions in that regard on Mr. Tillerson. With that, Madam President, I would yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Tennessee.
I am pleased to rise in support of the confirmation of Rex Tillerson to serve as our next Secretary of State. The proceedings in the Foreign Relations Committee for his nomination were fair, exhaustive, and in the best traditions of our committee and the Senate. Mr. Tillerson completed all of his required paperwork expeditiously, having met or exceeded the pace set by former Secretary Hillary Clinton after she was nominated in 2008. He testified at a public hearing for more than 8 hours and afterwards responded to over 1,000 additional questions for the record for committee members. Opinions and votes today on Mr. Tillerson may differ, but there is no question that the committee and the Senate has fulfilled its constitutional responsibility in carefully reviewing his nomination. As we proceed in ensuring the new administration has leaders it needs to implement our nation's foreign policy going forward, I have great confidence that Rex Tillerson will serve the United States well. In both my private meetings with him and in the hours of public testimony he offered before the Foreign Relations Committee, it has become clear that he will be an effective leader at the State Department. Mr. Tillerson has led an exemplary and honorable life. He has been at the same company for over 40 years. An Eagle Scout, he has served as national president of the Boy Scouts of America. Furthermore, the nonpartisan director of Office of Government Ethics recently stated that Mr. Tillerson is making a clean break from Exxon and has even gone so far to say that Tillerson's ethics agreement serves as a sterling model for what we'd like to see with other nominees. Having managed one of the world's largest companies by revenue with over 75,000 employees, there is no doubt in my mind that Rex Tillerson is well qualified to lead the State Department. I encourage all of my colleagues to support his confirmation and look forward to his service as our next Secretary of State. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont.
Madam President, President Trump issued an executive order banning Muslims from 7 countries. None of those countries was a source of terrorists who have carried out attacks in this country. That order was un-American. It was arbitrary. It's inhumane. And actually, it will likely spur an increase in violence targeting Americans. I'm going to have a lot more to say about it and what I see as other reckless actions by the White House in the days and weeks ahead. In the meantime, let me just say a few words about the bizarre back and forth between the Trump administration and the news media regarding attendance at the inauguration, who's telling the truth, who's not. One might think that with all this happening in the country and the world, and the rush by the president to sign executive orders that would dramatically affect the rights and the priorities of millions of Americans, that the question of how many people were at the inauguration wouldn't generate much controversy. But it turns out this is much more than that. As it goes to the heart, the role of a free press in this country, and whether the American people can have confidence the president's telling the truth. Now, we already knew the candidate, now President Trump, is prone to bragging and making wildly unrealistic promises and inaccurate claims, many of which he later disavows. He frequently ignores or misstates basic facts, then refuses to correct these falsehoods. So it was no surprise when he predicted the crowd at his inauguration would be an unbelievable, perhaps record-setting turnout. It was also no surprise, as usually happens at inaugurations of Republicans and Democrats or large public demonstrations, that you have high-elevation photographs, and those are used to estimate the number of participants. You can actually look at the photographs and count the number of people. Now, I've attended every inauguration since President Carter's inauguration. And certainly anyone who attended both the Obama and Trump inaugurations, it was obvious that the number of people at President Obama's inauguration was far larger than President Trump's inauguration. The photographs show that very, very clearly. It should be just a non-issue. But then President Trump insisted the photographs were fabricated. The morning after the inauguration, he could see from the stage in the west front of the Capitol that there were 1 million or 1.5 million people in the mall. I was standing 10 feet from him. I saw no such thing. And when reports clearly showed only a fraction of that, he accused news organizations of lying. He called them, quote, among the most dishonest human beings on earth. On earth. And he warned they'd regret it. Later that day, the president's spokesman, Sean Spicer, accused the press of lying. He said the photographs were deceptive. The photographs were taken the same way they're always taken, at either Republican or Democratic inaugurals. He insisted President Trump's inauguration was the most watched ever, which of course was a clever distortion of what the president actually said. The president, of course, was talking about those present in the mall. I don't think people really care, but unfortunately he does. A day later, Mr. Spicer berated the press for being unfair in reporting on this. Perhaps he had forgotten it was President Trump who initiated the whole thing by publicly promising something that did not happen, and the press simply reported what he said. Then he falsely accused the press of lying, as did Mr. Spicer after he's proven wrong. Mr. Spicer may have forgotten that shortly after President Obama was inaugurated, the Senate Majority Leader announced that the Republicans' #1 priority was to prevent him from being elected to a second term. Failing that, they spent 8 years trying to obstruct, sabotage, discredit everything President Obama tried to do. In fact, during much of that time, Donald Trump carried on an utterly false campaign saying that President Obama was not a legitimate president because he lied about his birthplace, showing remarkable prescience on the part of Barack Obama that he was able to get a birth announcement in a Hawaiian newspaper one day after he was born. 2 days later, and without citing any evidence, because there is none, President Trump resurrected his false claim that he lost the popular vote because 3 to 5 million illegal immigrants voted. Of course, that's patently false and absurd. But one can assume they'll be repeated by those who want to justify more onerous, discriminatory voter suppression, voting requirements, which has been a crusade of theirs. Then to add insult to injury, Kellyanne Conway, the president's counselor, announced that President Trump, after all, will not release his tax returns. This after candidate Trump promised to do so once the routine audit is completed. She is, after all, the person who came up with the phrase alternative facts. Now, said nobody cares. Well, people have to file tax returns do care. They want to know whether the president has conflicts of interest, whether he's been telling the truth about what he owes, or whether he's enriching himself at our expense. Actually, they took a poll and they found between 60 and 74% of American people want President Trump to release his tax returns, Democrats and Republicans, including 49% of his own supporters. Well, we heard the response to that. Stephen Bannon said the media should keep its mouth shut. Calls the media the opposition party that does not understand this country. This in the nation has the greatest freedom of press of any country. Maybe they like what they do in Russia, where their friend Putin suppresses the press. So he's denigrated the press, he's attacked Muslims, attacked the CIA, attacked Mexico, attacked Meryl Streep, attacked the cast of Hamilton, attacked Congressman John Lewis, attacked undocumented migrants, or anybody thinks of at the moment. I take that back. There's one glaring exception. One of the worst gangsters in this world, Vladimir Putin, is praised and not attacked. Despite credible evidence that the Russian government and Putin's direction actively sought to sway the outcome of the election in favor of Donald Trump, now President Trump has repeatedly expressed admiration for Mr. Putin. Think what this means. The unanimous conclusion of U.S. intelligence agencies is that Vladimir Putin, a former KGB agent, ordered a cyber attack on our electoral system in favor of one candidate over another. Russia's goals, as our own intelligence agents said, were to undermine public faith in the U.S. democratic process, denigrate Secretary Clinton, harm her electability and potential presidency. Now, what would be the response? My friends in the Republican Party, the tables were turned. If a man like Putin had done this to their party, they would threaten to shut down the government until we had a new election. Certainly ask for an independent commission, as many of us have, to find out what they did. So Senator Durbin and I have called for. President Trump simply continues to praise Vladimir Putin. This should concern us all because for years Vladimir Putin has engaged in a systematic campaign to weaken the alliances, to weaken NATO. A man who's become one of the wealthiest people in the world for money he's stolen. So I see my distinguished colleague, the senior senator from California, and so I would ask consent to put my full statement on the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I simply ask we go back as parties to work together. I intend to vote for a number of President Trump's nominees. I'll vote against others. But stop the alternative facts. Facts should be facts.
Is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Tillerson nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of State, Rex W. Tillerson of Texas to be Secretary.
Under the previous order, there will now be 30 minutes of debate, equally divided in the usual form.
Mr. President.
The Senator from California.
Mr. President, how much time do I have?
The time has not been specifically apportioned to the Senator from California.
Well, thank you. I will try to confine it because I know there are others. I have come to the floor. We have just filed a resolution, a bill actually, with 26 co-sponsors that would repeal the immigration ban placed by President Trump. Mr. President, President Trump's Muslim ban is unnecessary, it's unconstitutional, and it's un-American, and it should be repealed immediately. The executive order prohibits individuals from arriving.
All right, before this idiot keeps talking, really quick, right now the vote for Rex Tillerson is going to start. But before it does, please check out the links in the description below. And, you can follow us on Twitter, get all updates on there. And also check out our mug that we have for sale. Just letting you guys know. Also, we will be streaming tomorrow. There is going to be a confirmation of the pick for the judge pick for the chief for the justice. I'm sorry, I can't even think right now. But all the updates that we're going to have them on Twitter, so make sure that you follow us. So the one that's going to replace Justice Antonin Scalia is going to be announced tomorrow. There you go, see? Listening to too many Democrats really screws you up. Sorry about that.
Has no legitimate national security reason because these refugees undergo an even more thorough screening process that can take up to 2 years to complete. The vast majority of refugees are women and children who have experienced the absolute worst of humanity. Let us not forget the heart-wrenching image of the small body of Alan Kurdi, a 3-year-old Syrian boy washed up on a beach, dead. I will never forget this small boy in his short pants, his shoes, and his socks lying on that beach. To turn away women and children and men in their time of dire need is not what this nation is all about. Let me make this point. The poor execution of this executive order has resulted in chaos and confusion. It is unclear whether the Justice Department or Homeland Security had any input. There seems to have been a disagreement about whether it would apply to green card holders. There was confusion about whether it applies to individuals already in transit or approved for travel. And even airport directors, and I have spoken directly with the director of Los Angeles International, San Francisco International, there was confusion about how it applies, and even airport directors were left in the dark about how many people were detained and who they were. Sarah Yohani was one Californian caught up in this mess. She's an Iranian national studying at the California Institute for Human Science in San Diego under a valid student visa and being detained at LAX for 23 hours. She was sent back to Europe. a clear violation of the nationwide stay against the order. What I'm saying is that the court stay was actually violated. This is just one of more than 100 stories from the weekend. I believe this order is also unconstitutional. The First Amendment prohibits government from establishing a religion or prohibiting the free exercise of thereof. The order violates this First Amendment by targeting Muslims and favoring Christians. The order may also violate the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which forbids the government from burdening a person's exercise of religion. The law bars any discrimination based on national origin in the issuance of a visa. And finally, detaining people at airports may violate their Fourth Amendment rights. This was an ill-considered overreach, as the court showed over the weekend, and it should be repealed. So the bill that 27 of us are introducing rescinds the president's executive order. The text is simple because the message is simple. We won't stand for these types of actions. In a conclusion, I'd like to say I'm so proud of the peaceful demonstrations we saw, and I join those who are so passionate about the free exercise of religion and free speech. These are our values, Mr. President, as a nation, and I'll be right there with you if anyone tries to violate them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The Democrat leaders recognize.
Ask unanimous consent for 5 minutes for myself and then 5 minutes for the senator from Arkansas to answer and object to my objections after I make motions.
Is there objection? Without objection.
So, Mr. President, I will speak and then make my 2 motions, and then the senator from Arkansas can speak and either object or not, whatever he decides. Okay. Okay, Mr. President, I spoke at length on the president's executive order earlier. I just want to repeat. This executive order has made us less safe, less secure, put our troops in the field at increased risk, and was implemented in a way that caused chaos and confusion across the country. Most fundamentally of all, it is un-American. It flies in the face of a grand American tradition of granting refuge to those fleeing persecution, regardless of their race, religion, or political views. It is dangerous, it is shameful, it is wrong, it must be reversed immediately. And I know that many of my colleagues agree with me. They know that this is wrong. A dozen Republican senators and counting, including my good friend, the senior senator from Arizona, have expressed serious concern. One former Republican CIA director said, "It makes us less safe than we were Friday." So let's repeal the order and then sit down and discuss a smart, thoughtful, effective way to counter terrorism. President Obama wanted tougher vetting. Democrats are happy to look at proposals to that effect. But not this ineffective, un-American policy that will do more to empower our enemies and inspire those around the globe who would do us harm. Now, I'm going to make a second unanimous consent request, and I'll do them seriatim as the UC allowed. The second request is that we delay the confirmation vote on Secretary of State Rex Tillerson until these executive orders are overturned and he commits to opposing them. So far, this is the most important foreign policy order of the new administration. And in the committee hearing for his nomination, Mr. Tillerson appeared, he wasn't 100% certain, to roundly reject the idea of a blanket travel ban, just like the one President Trump signed. He said, quote, "I don't support a blanket travel ban on people coming to this country." He stressed in his opening statement that moderate Muslims are going to be our greatest allies in the fight against Islamic extremists. The implication was that he wouldn't support a proposal that would in any way alienate and inflame them. He said he didn't think it was helpful to suggest that Americans should be afraid of Muslims. That would suggest he might be wary about a policy that explicitly singles out 7 majority Muslim countries for different treatment under U.S. policy. Now, many of these comments, Mr. President, that he made to the committee, Mr. Tillerson did, are at odds with the president's policy. So, Mr. President, Democrats and Republicans alike and the American people, most of all, deserve to know whether Mr. Tillerson would implement this executive order or not, because it seems to directly contradict comments he made under oath to a Senate committee. Key allies in the world are wondering whether the potential future Secretary of State supports this policy, and so are the American people. And here are some important questions. Did he have any involvement or consultation in the construction and drafting of the executive order? How would he answer the outcries from countries around the world asking President Trump to rethink this policy? Does he think it would make us less safe? Does he think it would alienate Muslim communities around the world? And does he believe that current green card holders should be subject to another round of scrutiny if they come back to the U.S., even though they've been vetted before? We need these answers from President Trump's nominees. And Mr. Tillerson's nomination is before the Senate right now, so it's imperative we know what he thinks before moving forward. So, Mr. President, I am making two unanimous consent requests. First, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Senator Feinstein's bill, Senate Resolution 240, introduced earlier today, that there be 2 hours of debate equally divided, and that upon the use or yielding back of time, the bill be considered read a third time and the Senate proceed to vote on the passage of the bill. Finally, there be no amendments, motions, or points of order to the bill.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Arkansas.
Does the Senator reserve the right to object?
I reserve the right to object if the Democratic leader wants to proceed with this.
Thank you.
The Democrat leader.
Second resolution, I ask unanimous consent that the cloture vote on calendar number 2, the nomination of Rex W. Tillerson for Secretary of State, be postponed until Executive Order 137 is rescinded and Mr. Tillerson is provided in writing to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee information pertaining to his involvement in the development of the executive order, as well as a statement declaring whether or not he agrees with the order.
Is there objection to the senator from New York's first request?
Mr. President, I object to the first request.
Objection is heard. Is there a objection to the second request of the Democrat leader?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object.
Senator from Arkansas is recognized.
So, once again, we're hearing the Democrats and the media traffic in fake news. We've heard a lot on this floor and over the weekend about a Muslim ban. This is a so-called Muslim ban that applies to only 7 countries, and it does not apply to Indonesia, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, or Nigeria, the 5 largest Muslim populations in the world. I've heard lots of claims on TV about 134 Muslims who could be affected. Of course, that leaves 1.6 billion Muslims who are not affected. This is not a Muslim ban. This is a temporary pause of movement from 7 countries, which President Trump did not pick from thin air. He picked from acts of this Congress and the Obama Department of Homeland Security. 5 countries in a state of near anarchy. A 6th country, Iraq, which has had a large part of its territory overrun by the Islamic State, and a 7th, Iran, which is the world's worst state sponsor of terrorism. Moreover, it's not a ban. It is simply a temporary pause for 3 to 4 months to evaluate whether Obama administration policies are strong enough to keep this country safe. We've also heard claims that this is somehow unconstitutional. However, there is no free-floating global right of people around the world to come to this country. President Trump's order is nothing more than a temporary pause on migration from countries with very weak state institutions or which sponsor terrorism, while the President and the administration take a more thorough review of our vetting procedures and the refugee program as a whole. Secretary Kelly has stated that it does not apply to green card holders. Secretary Mattis is reportedly advising that the long-term policy accommodate Iraqis with a documented history of serving with our troops, which I obviously support. In fact, a temporary pause for security evaluations is so sensible that in November 2015, after the Paris terrorist attacks, even the minority leader suggested, quote, a pause may be necessary, end quote. It wasn't beyond the pale then, and it's not now. Moreover, the people who are enforcing our laws on the front lines agree with President Trump. The Union for the Border Patrol and the Customs Enforcement agents have stated that they support this order and 2 other related immigration orders. Yet here's the minority shedding crocodile tears over President Trump's immigration and refugee policy. But where were those tears for the last 8 years when President Obama's foreign policy created all of these refugees? Where were the tears when President Obama overthrew the government of Libya with nothing to follow? Where were the tears when President Obama withdrew from Iraq, leaving that country to fend off Iran and the Islamic State? Where were the tears when when President Obama gave Iran $100 billion to continue its imperial campaign throughout the Middle East, to include overthrowing the government of Yemen through its proxies? And most notoriously, where were the tears when President Obama stood idly by and watched Syria go up in flames? Spare me the tears now. If the minority is worried about the President's counsel and wants to make a difference in the real world, I suggest we get to work and we confirm Rex Tillerson to be the Secretary of State and Jeff Sessions to be the Attorney General. In the meantime, I object, and I yield the floor.
Objection is heard.
We're done.
I know it's Monday. I don't want to.
Is there further debate? If not, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Rex Tillerson to be Secretary of State, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Rex W. Tillerson of Texas to be Secretary of State shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Mrs. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Flake. Mr. Franken. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hatch. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Heitkamp. Mr. Heller. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Isaacson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. McCain. Mrs. McCaskill. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran.
Aye.
Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Nelson. Mr. Paul. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott. Mr. Sessions. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cochran, Cotton, Crapo, Ernst, Isaacson, Kennedy, McCain, Moran, Perdue, Roberts, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cardin, Durbin, Feinstein, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, and Stabenow. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Udall, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Hatch, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Toomey, Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Sessions, Mr. Sessions, aye. Mr. Brown, Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Flake, Mr. Flake, aye. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Portman, Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Gardner, Mr. Gardner, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Tester, Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Peters, Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Sass, Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Risch, Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Hassan, Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Heller, Mr. Heller, aye. Mr. Donnelly, Mr. Donnelly, no. Mr. King, Mr. King, aye. Mr. Rubio, Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Corker, Mr. Corker, aye. Ms. Heitkamp, Ms. Heitkamp, aye. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Casey, Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Franken, Mr. Franken, no. Mr. Nelson, Mr. Nelson, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Enzi, Mr. Enzi, aye. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Harris, Ms. Harris, no. Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Carper, Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey? No. Mrs. McCaskill. Mrs. McCaskill? No. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin? Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Sergeant of Arms will restore order in the Senate. The galleries will remain quiet. The Sergeant of Arms will restore order.
How's it going, everyone? Jen here, Golden State Times. I just want to bring you guys a little bit of news here. It says that the NAACP is doing a sit-in right outside Sessions' office, and 10 activists has already been arrested, but many more are starting to come over and sit in front of the door of Jeff Sessions' office. So that's what they're doing. They're basically keeping him out of his own office, and the police is not basically doing anything other than just arresting some of them. It's completely ridiculous. These people should be arrested.
All senators voted.
Give me 1 second.
Any senator wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 56, the nays are 43, and the motion to invoke cloture is agreed to. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, so they're in a quorum call. Is going to be silent for a while. Like I said, the NAACP is forcing their quote-unquote activist to do a sit-in in front of Jeff Sessions' office, blocking him from doing his job. Now, as of right now, 10 quote-unquote activists have been arrested, but there's many more coming in and doing a sit-in outside of his door, blocking him from going into his office. I believe that they should come in and take him out. There is no reason why anybody should be blocking anyone's door, especially in government, when there is so much work to do. And Jeff Sessions he has tons of work to do. And these people, these terrorists, are blocking him from going into his office. How's it going, everyone? I found something very interesting, and it says this is the Senate vote count for the law that gave Trump the authority to ban Muslims. So these are the Democrats and Republicans that signed in order to pass that legislation that went through Obama first when he banned Iraqis from coming into the United States for over 6 months. I think that was in 2011. But these are the people that helped pass that ban through. We got Durbin, Democrat of Illinois. We got Cotton, Republican of Arkansas. Crapo, Republican Idaho. Cruz, Republican of Texas. Feinstein, Democrat of California. Franken, Democrat of Minnesota, I believe. Gardner, Republican of Colorado. Gillibrand, Democrat of New York. Graham, Republican of South Carolina. Johnson, Republican of Wisconsin. Kane, Democrat of Virginia, I think. Menendez, Democrat of New Jersey. Grassley, Republican of Iowa. Schumer, Democrat of New York. Shaheen, Democrat of New Hampshire. Warner, Democrat of Virginia. Warren, Democrat of Massachusetts. And Sessions, Republican of Alabama. So all of those people helped pass the ban of Iraqis back in 2011 through Barack Obama, because he's the one that started it. And now President Trump is just enforcing what was already on the books. When it passed with Obama, it was actually a Muslim ban. Now, with President Trump, it's called a travel ban. And it doesn't affect anybody with a green card, but it does affect someone with a visa. So that's basically how it's working. So right now they're in a quorum call. They're waiting for someone. I really don't know who it is, but until that person shows up, it will be silent. So stay tuned. After this will be the vote for, I believe, Mnuchin. I think that's how you say it. So stay tuned. There'll be another vote for a President Trump appointee. So stay tuned. As of right now, Rex Tillerson has passed. He's on his he's pretty much confirmed. I really do not know what they're waiting for, to be honest with you, but the quorum call is going to continue until they figure out what they're doing. These guys love to drag their feet and just extend time over and over again. But I think they're waiting for someone, but I really don't know who it is. So I'll try to find more information. How's it going, everyone? I just want to address something real quick. Someone by the name of Squirrel from Grad Life said, "You don't think California has border patrol?" Just to make it clear, California has a very well-established border patrol until Barack Obama came into office. Then he completely liquidated the border patrol agency here in California. But President Trump has promised to hire over 5,000 border patrol agents in California, also in Texas, in Arizona, any bordering state, and hoping to pump up more officers out there in order to get the ball rolling and the wall up. Now, another thing that the liberal media will not tell you is that over 65%, or probably around 50 to 65% of the Border Patrol here in California is actually Latino. It's Hispanic, Mexican American, and other nations too. So over 65% of the Border Patrol agents here in California are actually Hispanic or Latino. Not a lot of people know that. So, they're always out here making sure that everything is safe and trying to catch what they can. But it was very hard for them during the Obama administration. But now they're actually given the liberty to actually do their job and get all of the illegal aliens coming in and rounding them up so they can be sent back to where they came from. Hello, everyone. Like I said before, we apologize that it takes so long, but that's the way that these senators are. They always like to drag things along forever and ever, and they still have another vote to do. Supposedly, it was supposed to be done after this one. But as you can see, they're still on a quorum call, and they're continuing to waste time, like always. Rex Tillerson is already confirmed. He already there. The vote was done, and it's 56-43, and he's been confirmed. But they haven't done anything as of yet. They just sit there and waste time for. It's been like over 35 minutes now. So they have done nothing, said nothing. They don't even give an explanation of why they are in a quorum call. They just want to waste time. But like I said, if you didn't see the Sean Spicer press briefings from earlier, it is uploaded on our channel. If you guys want me to put up the link to it so you guys can go and check it out while we wait here, it's up to you. Also, make sure to check out the links in the description below. Follow us on social media if you have any, Facebook, Gab.ai, or Twitter, or whatever. Make sure to check the links in the description below. So if you guys want me to put the link for the press briefing, press 1. All right, so I have posted the link for the press briefing earlier today with Sean Spicer. He is the press secretary. Make sure that you guys share it on social media, or you guys send it to your friends via email or text, or however you want to send it to people. And let them know that it happened earlier in case they missed it. And to stay tuned, because we stream every single one of them. They're supposed to be done daily, but so far it's only been like maybe 3 or 4 now. So stay tuned tomorrow, because there might be one too, but we don't have a confirmation as of yet. So make sure that you guys share this link and stay tuned for tomorrow. But as of right now, again, we're on a quorum call, and there's supposed to be another vote later on today. And as I said before, Tillerson is already confirmed, but they haven't done anything or haven't officially said that he has been confirmed.
Mr. President.
The Assistant Democratic Leader.
Ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this is the 11th day of the Trump presidency. To say that these have been tumultuous days is certainly an understatement. And what happened over this past weekend really was unsettling to many people all across the United States. Candidate Trump had made it clear that he had strong feelings about refugees, strong feelings about immigration. But I don't think anyone anticipated the executive orders that were issued by the Trump administration, by the president, on Friday. The net result of that we saw across the United States at O'Hare Airport, JFK, Dulles, so many other airports. International travelers en route learned that the laws in the United States were being changed because of President Trump's executive order. As a result, there was a lot of confusion, uncertainty, and hardships were created. Individuals who were coming to the United States as refugees were being turned away. For the record, Mr. President, this decision to indefinitely suspend the admission of Syrian refugees into the United States is not a decision based on fact. Since 9/11, since the war in Syria began, we have not had a single, not one instance of terrorism by a Syrian refugee, not one. The United States has not stepped up, as other countries like Canada have, in admitting Syrian refugees. We have gone to great lengths, extraordinary lengths, to give background checks that are as consuming as one can imagine, to verify their identity and their safety to the United States. Overwhelmingly, these Syrian refugees are the victims of a deadly war which has gone on for years, and overwhelmingly they are children with their mothers. I've met them. I sat down with them in Chicago. It's heartbreaking to think that they lived through war, may have been lucky enough to make it to a refugee camp, and then waited for years to be cleared by the United States and given a chance to come to this country. It has to be a heartbreaking process. And through it all, many of them have endured losses in their families which they will never be able to forget. Injuries and deaths of people that they love. These are men and women in Syria escaping a deadly war and the terrorists who have ravaged that country. And they tried to come to the United States for safety and security. Mr. President, the history of refugees in America is one that, in modern version, is very admirable. But unfortunately, during World War II, it was a sad chapter in our history. Not only did we inter about 120,000 Japanese Americans in camps during the war for fear that they would betray the United States, but during that war, time and again, the administration of President Roosevelt as well as Congress refused to allow those who were escaping the Holocaust in Nazi Germany to come to the United States. Here on this Senate floor where I stand, an effort was made by Senator Robert Wagner of New York to admit 10,000 Jewish children out of Nazi Germany into the United States so that their parents would have the peace of mind that they wouldn't be killed by the war or the Holocaust. That measure was defeated on the floor of this United States Senate. Prior to the war, our entry into the war, those who tried to escape Nazi Germany and come to the United States were turned away by the United States. The most notorious example was the SS St. Louis, which sailed from Germany, came to first Havana, Cuba, then to Miami, Florida, and was turned away in both places with about 900 passengers who feared for their lives because of the anti-Semitism and the killing that was taking place in Nazi Germany. They tracked that passenger list. Several hundred of them were rejected by the United States. They were not given refugee status. They were forced to return to Germany, and several hundred of them perished in the Holocaust. It was after that bitter experience that the United States decided that we would try to set an example for the world when it came to compassion and humanity for refugees. We stepped up, time and time again, stepped up to be that place of security and safety. We can point proudly to the fact that when the Cubans were fearful of a communist takeover in their country, fearful for their lives and their rights and their liberties, they came to the United States in tens of thousands. Now, Cuban Americans, a proud part of our country, not only in Florida but around our nation, can point to the U.S. refugee policy as really the means by which they finally made it to the safety of the United States. Here we were in a Cold War with the Soviet Union. Cuba, 90 miles off our shore, was being taken over by a dictator, Fidel Castro, who was declaring his loyalty to the Soviet Union, and yet we were readily receiving tens of thousands of refugees from Cuba in the midst of that Cold War. Talk about a chance and taking a chance. These men and women who came to the United States were not vetted for months, years, in many cases not at all. They were allowed into our country. Thank goodness we did it. It was the right thing to do. And time and again, whether it was refugees coming in from Vietnam after the end of that deadly war, or whether it was Soviet Jews persecuted by the Soviet Union trying to escape, coming to the United States, we opened our doors and said the United States of America will set an example for the world when it comes to refugees. That defined who we were and who we still should be. And now this new president is ready to walk away from that. If we had one instance of a Syrian refugee coming into the United States after that vetting process who caused harm to our citizens or engaged in an act of terrorism, if we had one, then perhaps this president could start to make his case. All he has is fear, unreasoned fear, unproven fear. We recall what Franklin Roosevelt said to this nation standing right out here on the steps when he was inaugurated in March of 1933. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. It is fear itself that is motivating this president to make decisions inconsistent with more than 50 years of American history and inconsistent with American values. When you meet these refugees and you hear their heartbreaking stories, how can you say there's no room for you in this country? And yet that's exactly what he said. And sadly, he not only came up with this executive order, he did it in a fashion where the agencies that were supposed to implement the order really were caught by surprise. Now they are priding themselves on the fact that they can turn on a dime when given instructions that are important for national security. But in this case, where national security wasn't the motive, political security was the motive, I'm talking in the crassest terms, in those cases, these agencies were forced to make split-second decisions, and some of them were horrible. A man who came to the United States from Iraq, one of the 7 countries designated by President Trump, came from Iraq after having risked his life for American soldiers, was rewarded with an opportunity to come to the United States, was detained at the airport, questioned at length, threatened to be returned to Iraq, and finally, after 19 hours, allowed to stay. Story after story of families coming to see someone who is on the deathbed, their last chance to be together. Families that had gone overseas for what they thought were just casual and really easy trips were subject to detention, and some turned away. Why? It certainly wasn't in the interests of the security of the United States, and it wasn't handled in a professional manner. It was impulsive and not decisive. It was ill-conceived instead of wise. And here we are today. As I stand here at this chair and this desk in the Senate, across the street, thousands have gathered in front of the Supreme Court to express their outrage over the executive orders issued by President Trump. I'm happy to report that almost a dozen Republican senators have joined us in expressing reservations about this policy. It gives me hope that maybe on a bipartisan basis we can rein in some of the excesses of this administration. And God forbid we ignore the basic constitutional issue that's been raised by these executive orders. It's no coincidence that these 7 countries are predominantly Muslim countries, and it's no coincidence that President Trump went on a Christian broadcasting station and said preference would be given to Christians. Christians. This really calls to question some of the basic values of this country. The Constitution, which we're sworn to uphold and defend, the Constitution which guides this nation, was one that was written at a time when religion was a divisive issue that led to many people coming to the United States. Our founding fathers, I think, in this section probably showed more wisdom and more understanding of our future than in any other on the issue of religion. They only said 3 things in the entire Constitution. 3 things over 200 years ago. They said that this Congress, this government, will not establish an official religion. They did that, of course, many of them having come from England, where they had a national church. They didn't want that in the United States. Most importantly, they said each person in America had freedom of religious belief, to believe what they wished or to believe nothing if they wished. And that would be an honored freedom under our Bill of Rights. The third element, religion could not be used as a litmus test for public office. That's it. When you think of all the wars and all the deaths and all the persecution based on religion, the fact that we have largely escaped it is because of the wisdom of that document. Now comes this 45th president of the United States and decides to rewrite the book, to ignore this basic constitutional direction and mandate, and to say on a Christian broadcasting company, we're going to favor Christian refugees coming to the United States. That to me is unacceptable and unconstitutional, inconsistent with who we are, what we are, and the values that we treasure in this country. My mother was an immigrant to this country. I never knew my grandmother, who brought her over on the ship from Lithuania. I did have one thing now in my office upstairs that my grandmother carried with her to this country. It was a prayer book. We're a Roman Catholic family. She was a Roman Catholic in Lithuania. The Russian Orthodox religion was being pushed by the Tsar, who was dominant when they left Lithuania, and they banned prayer books, Catholic prayer books written in Lithuania. Never knew my grandmother. Wish I had. She risked everything to bring that Catholic prayer book, that contraband, from Tsarist-controlled Lithuania into the United States. And I have it upstairs. It means the world to me that this woman of limited formal education but unlimited courage was willing to risk a lot, bringing 3 small children into this country, carrying with her that prayer book, which might have got her imprisoned in Lithuania back in her day. So religion means a lot to my family, not just on a personal basis, but what America means when it comes to religion. And when this president is so casual with the constitutional guarantees of religion, I don't believe that he is serving the United States or honoring the history that came before him. There have been so many issues that have come up during the 11 days of this presidency. But President Trump's decision to turn away innocent people fleeing persecution, genocide, and terror, and to ban immigrants on the basis of religion is the worst in my view. This attack is not only un-American, it risks alienating 1 billion Muslims around the world, some of the most conservative people in this country. I'm certain Republicans have said over and over again, don't do this. There are Muslim countries that are allies in fighting terrorism. And if you alienate them, it's going to lessen our ability to stop the spread of Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And furthermore, this is a recruiting tool. You know what's going to happen. Those who hate the United States will use this action by President Trump to verify their belief and their credo that the United States is anti-Muslim. There was a Republican president, George W. Bush, whom I disagreed with many times. But thank goodness, after 9/11, he had the wisdom and showed the leadership to come before the American people to say that we were not going to condemn the Muslim religion. We were going to go after those who corrupted it, but we were going to honor it as a religion of peace. How different President George W. Bush, that Republican president, was with President Donald Trump, this Republican president. Senator Dianne Feinstein is the ranking Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee. She has introduced a resolution, which I'm proud to be one of the original co-sponsors on, to repeal and rescind these reprehensible President Donald Trump executive orders on refugees and immigration. We are in the midst of the worst refugee crisis in the history of the world. More than 65 million people have been forcibly displaced from their homes. The brutal Syrian conflict, which is the epicenter of this humanitarian crisis, has killed hundreds of thousands, injured more than 1 million, and displaced half of the population of that country. In some areas, children literally starve to death in Syria. This conflict has forced more than 4.7 million refugees to flee. Around 70% of them are women and children who are looking for a safe place in this world. Half of Syrian children today are not in school because of this conflict and because of the forces that have dispersed them around the world. Millions in and outside of Syria need humanitarian assistance. Last week, the same week that President Trump signed this awful executive order on refugees, the United Nations issued an appeal for $4.6 billion to meet the basic needs of Syrian refugees and the struggling communities hosting them in neighboring countries. Lebanon is a country where I believe half of the children in school today are Syrian. Jordan, one of our best friends and allies in the Middle East, has made more sacrifices on behalf of refugees per capita than any nation on earth. What message does it send to our friends in Jordan that while they risk the security and safety and stability of their nation to absorb these refugees from Syria and around the world, that as an official policy of President Donald Trump, the United States will no longer even consider allowing a Syrian refugee to come to the United States? How can we, in good conscience, ask the King of Jordan to risk his monarchy and his country for refugees when President Trump said they're not allowed in the United States? Earlier this month, I'm happy to report that 1,700 Jewish rabbis called on our government to maintain and strengthen the refugee program for refugees of all ethnic and religious backgrounds, not to halt it, pause it, or restrict it. This weekend, I was so proud of the Catholic cardinal in Chicago, Blaise Supich, who came out and said the executive orders of Donald Trump are not consistent with American values and certainly not consistent with the beliefs of the Catholic Church. Religious leaders all across the country are speaking out. They understand that this is more than a political test. This is a moral test of who we are as Americans. Many of the refugees that have come to this country were fleeing regimes that were hostile to the United States. We gave them safety. Refugees are the most carefully vetted and investigated of all travelers. Before refugees are admitted to the United States, they go through security screening that is almost unheard of. All of that screening takes place before they can even consider being allowed to set foot in America. And Syrian refugees go through even a stricter review. Extreme vetting. I've got news for this president. Syrian refugees and refugees all over the world are going through extreme vetting already. Shutting down the refugee resettlement program won't protect our security. It plays into ISIS's argument that the U.S. is waging war against Islam. Listen to what Michael Hayden, former director of the CIA and the National Security Agency under President Bush and Obama, had to say about President Trump's executive order. Here's what General Hayden said. It's a horrible move. It is political, ideological move driven by the language of the campaign and, frankly, campaign promises. Promises in the campaign that were hyped by an exaggeration of the threat. And in fact, what we're doing now has probably made us less safe today than we were last Friday morning before this happened, because we're now living in the worst jihadist narrative possible, that there is undying enmity between Islam and the West. Muslims out there who were not part of the jihadist movement are now being shown that the story they were being told by the jihadists, they hate us, they're our enemy, that's being acted out now by the American government. And frankly, at a humanitarian level, it's an abomination. That statement was not made by the Democratic National Committee. It was made by General Michael Hayden, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency under Presidents Bush and Obama. Mr. President, if we're serious about protecting America, we should be serious about closing the real loopholes that might threaten us. Think of the hundreds of thousands of foreign visitors to the United States on visa waiver programs who go through no vetting, not even fingerprinting before they get on a plane to come to the United States. Want to close a loophole in security? Let's look at that one seriously. But instead of real security threats, President Trump is focusing on innocent people, children, women, families who are fleeing terrorism. Today's refugees, like millions before them from all over the world, will become proud Americans who contribute greatly to our society and economy. Albert Einstein was a refugee. Thank goodness he came to the United States. So many of the leaders today of our major corporations and high-tech companies are immigrants to this country and in some cases refugees. Building walls on our borders and fear in our hearts will not move America forward. Let's not continue the cruelty and deception of blaming immigrants and refugees for our security and economic challenges. Let's work together to build a better America for all Americans, including new Americans, no matter the color of their skin, where their parents were born, or how they prayed. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, citizens across the country are very concerned. In fact, they're more than concerned. They're terrified that our president is degrading the fundamental values on which our nation was founded: religious tolerance, freedom of religion, the ability to worship as you please, and a fundamental principle that we would be welcoming to refugees. There would be a nation that embraces immigrants. Tonight, Lady Liberty is crying. She said, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." But our president has slammed the door on the tired and the poor and the huddled masses. It is an action the citizens in my home state have come out to protest. They've gone to the airport in Portland en masse 2 days in a row to say that we are welcoming to the world, that we are not going to slam the door shut on refugees, that we are not going to single out Muslim nations and say we do not want you here. And indeed, I held 2 town halls over the weekend. These 2 town halls, the first was in a gymnasium about this size. There were 600 people jammed into it. They are very upset and angry that our fundamental values are being disregarded by the President of the United States. Then I went to my second town hall. I thought 600 was a lot. 3,700 Oregonians came out to my second town hall. Every one of them wanting to send a message to President Trump. You are taking us on the wrong road, a road that hurts people around the world, a road that hurts our fundamental values, and a road that decreases our security. This order, this executive action from the president, has had an immediate and painful impact. Hundreds of people en route to our country detained at airports, though they were legally traveling here. Many of them had been vetted on an extended period, some of them going through several years of vetting. And finally, they have in their hand that visa that says, yes, I'm going to have a country, and it's going to be the United States of America. And the president crushed that hope. Chaos and confusion abounded. Lawyers and protesters and advocates descended on airports everywhere across this country to tell the administration that there is no mandate, no public will for this path that is so destructive to our values. They came out to say, Mr. President, when you tear down women in America, we stand with the women of America. Mr. President, when you tear down the disabled, we stand with the disabled of America. Mr. President, when you tear down African Americans and Hispanics, we stand with African Americans and Hispanics. And Mr. President, when you tear down Muslims, we stand with our Muslims brothers and sisters, because this is the United States of America, where we value religious freedom, where we value religious tolerance. This is a nation of immigrants. If you're not 100% Native American, then you are either an immigrant yourself, or you're the child, or the grandchild, or the great-grandchild of an immigrant. And most of us can track members of our family who came from the ravages of war, or the ravages of drought, or the ravages of oppression, to come here to this soil, this land of freedom. James Madison remarked, America was indebted to immigration for her settlement and her prosperity. And that remains just as true today as it was in Madison's day. Here we stand. But the President of the United States is denying access to our nation, to a group of people based on nothing more than religious beliefs, betraying our values of religious tolerance and shutting the doors on refugees. The President has said this is not a ban on those of Muslim faith, but of course it is a ban on those of Muslim faiths, because it's a ban on 7 nations that are Muslim nations, with an exception made for individuals who are Christians. So it is nothing other than a ban on Muslims. And the President says this is about protecting our citizens. But let us be very clear about that. Numerous refugees have come to our land, numerous immigrants, and there have been 0 fatal terror attacks carried out by immigrants from the 7 nations listed in the order. 0. Now, we have been attacked by individuals from other countries who weren't listed in this order. From Saudi Arabia, from the United Arab Emirates, from Egypt and Lebanon. Those nations aren't listed on this order. What we do know is that this ban does not make our nation safer. National security experts recognize that it does exactly the opposite. By signing this executive order, the President has betrayed our most fundamental values and principles, antagonizing 1.6 billion citizens of the world, and given our enemies ammunition for their false narrative that America is at war with Islam. Because that is exactly what they have used to recruit. That is exactly what they have used to increase and pour fuel on the fire to persuade people to attack America. And the President has basically handed to them this argument, this false narrative, and put our nation at risk. Former CIA Director General Michael Hayden said to National Public Radio this morning, and I quote, "In fact, what we're doing now has probably made us less safe today than we were Friday morning before this happened, because we are now living the worst jihadist narrative possible, that there is undying enmity between Islam and the West." I share the view of Daniel Benjamin, the former coordinator for counterterrorism at the State Department, who said this, and I quote again, "It sends an unmistakable message to the American Muslim community that they are facing discrimination and isolation. And that message," he said, "will feed the jihadist narrative that the United States is at war with Islam, potentially encouraging Muslims to plot violence." This is the wrong move in every possible way. It is ill-considered, it is hasty, it is dangerous, it is wrong-headed, it puts American citizens at risk, and it helps our enemies. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Those who give up essential liberty to purchase temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." And in this case, President Trump's executive order has degraded both our liberty and our security, both our liberty and our safety. We've turned our backs on friends and allies who are helping us in the war against ISIS. The president has made it clear that he wants to take on ISIS, as we have been, but he wants to amplify it, and he has sabotaged that effort with this executive order. There are individuals like Hamid Khalid Darwish, who worked for more than a decade for the United States as an interpreter in Iraq. Our interpreters placed their lives at risk to assist our soldiers. They placed the lives of their families at risk to assist the United States of America. This man risked his life for more than 10 years for us, and how is he greeted when he arrives here in our country? Greeted with handcuffs. Muslim Iraqi interpreters like Mr. Darwish have earned the right to come to America. They risked their lives, their families' lives. They sacrificed for us. They assisted us in multitudinous ways. And what about this ban on refugees? Refugees are the most thoroughly vetted of all those who come to the United States. If a terrorist wants to come to the United States, a terrorist wouldn't attempt to come as a refugee. It'd be 1 to 2 years waiting in miserable conditions in a refugee camp with all kinds of vetting, and they might never get permission to come. If you want intense vetting, then look to how we vet refugees. Blocking women and children and interpreters from coming to our country who have been the most thoroughly vetted of all potential immigrants is simply wrong. In fact, the model for vetting refugees is intense. Women and orphans just searching for a safe haven. But we've turned our back and we've slammed the door. Mr. President, America is better than this. For centuries, we have been a beacon of hope to the world. We have a beacon of justice, a beacon of compassion, and we must restore our nation as a beacon of hope and justice and liberty and compassion. Millions of Americans are coming out in the snow and the rain, in some places in good weather. They're coming out in any possible condition to speak out and say, this is not America, this is not us. Change path, tear down this ban. Mr. President, tear down this ban that has slammed the door on refugees. Mr. President, tear down this ban which has placed our nation at risk. Let us together put our nation back on track. Let us together fight for the values that made America great for the last 2 centuries. Let us together fight for the richness of our culture and our community the strength of our society that comes from being a nation of immigrants. We need to act and act urgently. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Hello, everyone. Jen here from Golden State Times. Thank you very much for your continuing presence here on the chat. We are enjoying the chat very much. We're trying to keep it as civil as possible, but people are having fun, and that's the most important thing. Again, we are waiting on the Democrats. They keep on going into a quorum call because they go missing. Most of them are outside in different protests crying and bitching about President Trump. So that's why they have to go into a quorum call every single time, because they're trying to find all these Democrats all over the place. But we hope that the nomination of Rex Tillerson continues. It's already been voted on, but like I said before, they keep on dragging it on. So like I said before, check our links in the description below for our social media. Make sure and follow us on Twitter, like us and rate us on Facebook, follow us on gab.ai, and also check out our coffee mug that we have for sale. It helps out the channel. Make sure you check it out in the description below. You read the story, all the things that goes on with that, and stay tuned because we got a lot more things coming tomorrow. We have streams starting at 6 a.m. Pacific. It looks like the Sean Spicer press briefing starts around 11:30-ish. That's Pacific, so make sure to stay tuned. Thank you very much, everyone. And again, stay tuned because it's going to take a while.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Trump's poorly drawn and implemented executive order.
The Senate's in a quorum call.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'd ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was saying, President Trump's poorly drawn and implemented executive order blocking refugees from the United States sacrifices fundamental American values and does not make us safer. For the first time in memory, the order imposes a ban on all refugees entering our country, many of whom are fleeing war or risk persecution for their religious or political beliefs. The order affects many thousands of children, women, and men whom our government has vetted for years and cleared for rescue. President Trump's action, taken in the first days of his new administration, for political reasons, without regard to real-world consequences, and without the expertise of our national security professionals, or even some of those appointed by the President himself, represents a rare but shameful departure from a constitutional heritage that has made America strong and a beacon to oppressed people throughout the world. For generations, immigrants and refugees have come to our country, Mr. President, to flee religious persecution and to seek a better life. Indeed, these are the very people who founded our original colonies. Although as now we have occasionally failed to live up to our ideals, over generations the United States has accepted millions of refugees from around the world. My own family is part of this story, as so many people's family in this chamber are. My mom was born in Poland in 1938, while Nazi tanks massed at the border. She and her parents miraculously survived the Holocaust, one of the worst human events in history. After the war, after arriving in Sweden and then Mexico City, they were able to come to New York City in 1950. They wanted to come to the United States because it was the only country in the world where they believed they could rebuild their shattered lives. And they did. This weekend, my mom joined hundreds of thousands of Americans to call on the President to change course, knowing that our family's struggle in Europe require us to recognize the danger and persecution facing families throughout the Middle East today. Out of a population of 22 million, almost 5 million Syrians have fled to neighboring countries, some to Europe, and have registered as refugees. More than half of those displaced are children. According to the United Nations, more than half the remaining Syrian population, 6 million of them children, require assistance like food, water, and health care. Nearly 1 in 4 people in Lebanon tonight, is a Syrian refugee. And the 4th largest city in Jordan is now a refugee camp. In the wake of President Trump's refugee ban, it seems useful to ask, and I'm sure the American people are asking, why are so many millions of people fleeing their homes, their countries, and their history? They're doing it to save their lives, and in many cases, their children's lives, from ISIS's medieval barbarism and Assad's unrelenting brutality. They seek to escape the murder, rape, detention, and torture they suffer because of their religion or their ethnicity or both. Assad is their enemy. ISIS is their enemy. Today's refugees are fleeing the violence and extremism that threatens our own national security. Their enemies are our enemies. And the same is true of the refugees from Afghanistan, from Libya, Somalia, and Sudan. Does this mean, Mr. President, that we have an obligation simply to open our borders to them? Of course not. We have a national security imperative to ensure that no terrorist tries to sneak into the United States as part of the refugee program. And I've long said that the burden of proof is not on the United States to accept a refugee. Rather, the refugee has the burden to demonstrate that they are not a threat to the United States. We have no obligation, nor should we, take anything on faith. And it's for this reason that refugees are more thoroughly vetted than anyone else entering the United States. They must pass stringent screening standards to ensure that they pose no threat, a process that can take up to 2 years. First, the United Nations screens them and collects biometric data. Only those who pass that test then are referred to the United States. And by the way, Mr. President, no refugee knows at that stage of the process to which country they'll be referred, to the United States or any other country that's accepting refugees. And after that, multiple agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, the State Department, and our intelligence agencies, conduct rigorous screenings. This process includes repeated biometric checks, several layers of biographical and background screening, health checks, interviews. Syrian refugees in particular receive enhanced scrutiny through an additional security risk review by specially trained officers. Out of the nearly 60,000 people referred to the United States, only about 12,000 have been accepted. Of those Syrian refugees accepted by the United States, 3/4 are women and children, and half were under 13 in 2016. We are the leader of the free world, a republic founded on the premise of religious freedom and a society that for generations has called out to the tired, the poor, the huddled masses yearning to be free. That's who we are. Yet in the name of fighting terrorism, in his first week as president, Mr. Trump has sacrificed what has made us exceptional and has banned these children and their mothers from our shores. Children no different than Amran Daknish, whose distant stare from the back of an ambulance in Aleppo bore witness to the senseless violence he had suffered. Or Alan Kurdi, whose lifeless body on a Turkish beach condemned the worst savagery of humankind. Once he learns the details, if he chooses to study them, if President Trump wishes to make our vetting even more extreme than it already is, I guess he may do so. But banning refugees and prioritizing immigration by religion or ethnicity simultaneously abandons our principles and weakens our counterterrorism efforts. It sends the wrong message to our Muslim partners who fight with us in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, including civilians in those countries who have risked their lives alongside our troops. It also hands ISIS a recruiting tool by fueling their narrative that the Western and Muslim worlds cannot coexist in peace. If the president really wants to secure our borders and ensure extremists stay out of the country, there are far better alternatives. And there are alternatives that are not at war with who we are as Americans. We should work together to close security gaps in our visa waiver program and partner with European countries to better track the flow of foreign fighters throughout Europe and the Middle East. We should also do more to counter the ability of terrorists to radicalize and recruit, both here at home and abroad. We should do more to equip our agencies with tools and capabilities to degrade the ability of terrorist organizations, in particular ISIS, to persuade and inspire using social media. And Congress should enact ideas passed by the Senate in 2013 to strengthen border security, double the number of border agents, and address visa overstays. By tackling real vulnerabilities, Mr. President, and investing in smart security solutions, we can assure not only our borders, but also our values. And we will not repeat the darkest moments of our history when America turned away from those fleeing persecution around the world. Mr. President, a year ago, I came to the Senate floor to share a note sent to me by my grandparents on my first birthday. It's a message that bears repeating tonight. The year was 1965, 15 years after my mother and grandparents came to this country after surviving the horrors of the Holocaust in Poland. This is what they wrote. The ancient Greeks gave the world the high ideals of democracy, in search of which your dear mother and we came to the hospitable shores of beautiful America in 1950. We have been happy here ever since, beyond our greatest dreams and expectations, with democracy, freedom, and love, and humanity's greatest treasure. We hope that when you grow up, you will help develop in other parts of the world a greater understanding of these American values. Like so many immigrants, my grandparents knew how special these American values are and how rare they are. We cannot take them for granted or subvert them for a political moment. These values make us who we are. Edmund Burke once wrote, in history, a great volume is unrolled for our instruction, drawing the materials of future wisdom from the past errors and infirmities of mankind. This is a time when we can learn from the past errors and infirmities of humankind. We cannot turn our backs on women, children, and families who risk persecution, starvation, or death. The President should rescind this executive order. If not, the Senate should end the ban immediately and start a serious conversation on how to make our country safer in a manner that is consistent with our fundamental values. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am honored to follow that very eloquent speech by my colleague from Colorado and to be followed on the floor by our colleague from Massachusetts. We are here today with stories. Every one of us has a story going back one generation, maybe 2 or 3, maybe 5 or 10. But we all have an immigrant story. And most of those immigrant stories are about people coming here to seek hope and opportunity, and yes, safety, to escape violence and persecution, to come here for refuge. I met one of those refugees over this weekend in West Hartford as a Holocaust remembrance ceremony. Abby Weiner is a Romanian Jew who survived Auschwitz and Buchenwald, but lost his parents there. And he was honored by Voices for Hope at this Holocaust remembrance ceremony at a synagogue in West Hartford, attended by 500, 700 people, a massive outpouring of support for him and for the values that are represented by people who come here as immigrants fleeing persecution and violence, as he did in Nazi Germany. And he said the words came before the bullets and gas chambers. The words of Nazi Germany came before the bullets and gas chambers. Words have consequences. Edicts and orders have consequences. And when I spoke, I told my own story, a proud story of my father, who came here also from Nazi Germany. In 1935, he was 17 years old. He spoke virtually no English. He had not much more than the shirt on his back, and he knew almost no one. And this great country, the greatest in the history of the world, gave him a chance to succeed. He was a proud American. How sad and ashamed he would be today to see actions by the President of the United States that ban a group from coming to this country based on their religion. A ban that is antithetical to our history, our values, our Constitution, and the rule of law. And I want to salute Sally Yates, who has taken a stand based on moral and legal principle in the highest tradition of the Department of Justice, saying that these orders cannot be defended, that the rule of law and morality is more important than the politics of the moment and the impulsive edicts of a ruler who apparently fails to understand that law, or at least his administration does. And it raises the question of whether the next Attorney General, she is only acting, will have the strength and courage to uphold the rule of law. And tomorrow I will vote against Jeff Sessions, our colleague, respected and admired, because I believe that the next Attorney General must be a champion, a steadfast advocate and protector of the rule of law and rights and liberties that are overridden and abridged by this order banning people from Muslim-majority nations, in effect, a ban on a religious group. We are better than this kind of discriminatory edict. We know that it harms mainly children and families fleeing violence and oppression, and that refugees, like those children, have helped to shape and build this nation. We are stronger because of our diversity. We are a nation of immigrants. And our strength comes from the talents and energies and strengths and vibrancy that they bring to this country. Often, when I'm feeling down about our public life, I go to immigration and naturalization ceremonies. They occur every Friday in courts around the state of Connecticut, and I welcome people who are becoming citizens. And I say to them, thank you for becoming a citizen of the greatest country in the world. You are a source of strength for us. And you have taken a test that most Americans could not pass. And they laugh because they know it's true. They will never take for granted what it means to be a citizen of this country. And I look at them in their diversity, and I know that is America. That is our future. And so we will be less safe because of this order, which will alienate allies, deny us sources of intelligence and troops on the ground that we need to win the war against ISIS, and we must win that war. It will provide a recruiting tool to ISIS, in fact, in convincing young people who may be tempted to join their ranks that, in fact, this country is engaged in a war against Islam, which is utterly and totally untrue, and it will discourage people from within the United States who are part of the Muslim community from coming forth when they see threats, and could provide information that would forestall an attack by violent extremists within our country. This order makes us less safe. But it weakens us mainly in a deeper moral sense. It is wrong. It is wrong for this great country, devoted and founded on the ideals of welcoming people seeking that beacon of hope and protection and opportunity. The Statue of Liberty is a symbol, but the ideal and the values are living. and the damage that has been done to them can be repaired. We must repair it and reverse this order, and that's why I have sponsored legislation that will rescind it, and why I am proud to join my colleagues today on the floor of the Senate to say, rip up this order, Mr. President. With all respect, do the right thing, be on the right side of history and the right side of our Constitution, rip up this illegal order. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Friday night, President Donald Trump issued an executive order that strikes at the very heart of our democracy. I wish that I were exaggerating. I wish that this were some sort of a game, but the ban that imposes religious tests and keeps refugees and immigrants from entering our country is illegal. It is unconstitutional, it is immoral, and it must be overturned. The effects of this order were immediate and terrifying for people in Massachusetts and all across this country. My office got a call from an Iranian citizen who was traveling to Massachusetts to see his daughter, who is currently receiving treatment for cancer. He was denied boarding in Germany and sent back to Iran. We heard from a woman who already has an approved immigrant visa, but still hasn't found an airline that will allow her to board a flight to the United States. And a Massachusetts resident called because her cousin, who holds a student visa, was not allowed to board a flight either. Another Massachusetts resident called because her Iranian sisters were denied boarding at London Heathrow. Both have their valid J-1 visas. One is a visiting professor at Harvard, and the other is a postdoc fellow at Harvard Medical. We heard from an Iranian student who is studying at MIT. She was denied entry on Saturday, and when she tried to return on Sunday, after the temporary stay had been issued, she was denied boarding by Lufthansa. And a Massachusetts student on a student visa called because his wife was denied boarding in Switzerland. You know, none of these people are criminals. None of these people are threats. They're students at some of the world's top universities. They're doctors and scientists at some of the country's best hospitals. Most of them have already been vetted and granted the right to come to America. One is a father who wants to see his cancer-stricken daughter. They are husbands and wives, mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, friends and neighbors. They are people. They are real people. They are part of what makes Massachusetts great, and they are part of what makes America great. Donald Trump's radical ban on Muslims isn't in line with American values or with our Constitution. It is also not in line with what the Republican Party stands for. In the months following the attacks of September 11th, President George W. Bush made a point to remind the United States that we were not at war against Islam. In a speech in April of 2002, he said, and I want to quote here, "America rejects bigotry. We reject every act of hatred against people of Arab background or Muslim faith. America values and welcomes peaceful people of all faiths, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, Hindu, and many others. Every faith is practiced and protected here because we are one country. Every immigrant can be fully and equally American because we are one country. Race and color should not divide us because America is one country. Do Senate Republicans agree? If so, then come down here and say so. Where are you? Where are Senate Republicans when their Republican president issues an order targeting one religious group? Let's be clear about what happened here. Keeping the details secret, working with a small group of operatives inside the White House, consulting no experts in diplomacy or homeland security, and getting advice from outsiders with no actual legal authority, President Trump acted unilaterally to issue this order. And make no mistake, while it may not affect every Muslim in the world, Donald Trump's executive order is a Muslim ban, and it is unconstitutional. This is a crisis. The Senate should take up and pass Senator Feinstein's bill to overturn this illegal order right now. What's happening is shocking. It is shocking, but it is not surprising. Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. During his presidential campaign, he promised, and I quote, a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. That's what he said. And last year, it seemed like pretty much everyone agreed that this was not acceptable in the United States of America. Speaker Paul Ryan declared that, quote, a religious test for entering our country is not reflective of America's fundamental values. I reject it. So where are you now, Paul Ryan? Have you rejected President Trump's order to impose a religious test for entering our country? Have you introduced a bill to overturn it? You have the power. Where are you? As governor of Indiana, Vice President Mike Pence said that, quote, calls to ban Muslims from entering the U.S. are offensive and unconstitutional. So where are you right now, Vice President Pence? Have you called to overturn President Trump's offensive and unconstitutional order? Have you asked Republicans to introduce a bill to overturn it? You have a platform. Where are you? And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called a Muslim ban, quote, completely and totally inconsistent with American values. So where are you right now, Mitch McConnell? Have you rejected President Trump's Muslim ban that is completely and totally inconsistent with American values? Have you introduced a bill to overturn it? You have the power. Where are you? President Trump ignored these Republican leaders, and today, these Republican leaders will not stand up for what is right. President Trump may be willing to ignore the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America. And the Republican leadership in Congress may be willing to ignore the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America. But the American people are not. This weekend, Americans across this country came together to reject this sort of fear and hate. The American people showed courage, even as the Republican leadership hid out. Crowds of people raced to airports across this country to welcome immigrants and refugees and to demand compliance with court rulings that gave individuals and families temporary relief and to demand that this reckless order be rescinded. I was proud to stand with hundreds of people at Logan Airport in Boston on Saturday night, and then with more than 20,000 people in Copley Square on Sunday. We had one of the biggest demonstrations in the country. I also want to say I am in awe of the hundreds of lawyers and translators who dropped everything and spent sleepless nights in airport terminals and courts fighting for justice. Because of their tireless work, we have already been able to undo some of the damage caused by President Trump. Now, while I am encouraged by our victories in administration.
All right, guys, give me 1 second. For some reason, the feed from the Senate floor is messing up for some weird reason. Just give me a few seconds to try to fix it and see if we go back. All right, it's back. Never mind.
These orders.
Yeah, for some reason the Senate floor is messing up. Let's see if we can fix this. Foxahana screwed everything up. It wasn't until she actually showed up that the stream has started screwing up, and we've been streaming for over 5 hours, and it wasn't until she showed up that she screwed everything up, like always. So I'm trying to see if I can do anything to bring the feedback. We'll be back up in a little bit. I'll put some music on, and then when it comes back, I'll put it back on the screen. All right, folks. So I just got some news. It looks like, for some reason, the cameras inside the Senate floor crashed and it got shut down. So we apologize for the inconvenience, but again, these are cameras that are situated inside the Senate floor, and they are run by the Senate themselves. So we have no feed. So we apologize, and we hope that we'll leave it for a little while, maybe 10 minutes or so, see if the cameras come back on. If not, we're going to shut down. So again, thank you very much for joining us for these 5 hours. You guys are amazing. Make sure to give this this stream a thumbs up and share it on social media. Also, check the links in the description below. If you'd like to help out the channel, we have a awesome high energy mug for sale. Check the links in the description below. You guys will love it. It's pretty cool. Made in the USA, high quality stuff. So check it out. Again, I'll put on some music. I'll leave it for a few minutes just in case the cameras come back on. If they don't, we'll shut down. But if they do, we'll continue. Thank you very much. All right, guys, thank you very much. Again, I'm trying to get the feedback on, and so far nothing has happened. For some reason, there's an error. So I don't know if it's the cameras, but let me just try once more to see if I find anything. If not, like I said, we're going to have to shut down. But I hope it goes back up. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see here. All right, folks. Yeah, we apologize. It looks like the cameras went down. So follow us on Twitter or any social media, and we'll let you guys know what happened. Up to the point where Foxahanis was speaking, Rex Tillerson had already been voted in. Now, they were just waiting to set complete confirmation. But make sure to follow us on social media, so you guys can get breaking news about absolutely everything. We will start streaming tomorrow at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern. So make sure to stay here with us. President Donald Trump will be announcing his pick for his justice pick tomorrow. And he said that he is set to release the information at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is 5 p.m. Pacific. So we will be streaming it here live. So he'll be picking his justice tomorrow. And soon after that, the hearings and the confirmation will come soon after he announces who his pick is going to be. So make sure to stay here with us for all breaking news and President Trump administration streams. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you guys have a good night, and I'll see you guys here soon.